YouTube, hello, it is I, your cult leader, your cult father, your cult daddy, Keronzi, back once again. We are returning to the land of Eorzea once more. Where, well, people can get their unicorn mounts if they're live, if they come here and drop 3 subs when we're live on twitch.tv/Keronzi. So if you're interested in that, come on, stop on by and see when I'm live playing it to try and grab yours over the next, is it month, I think?
Yes. 25th of August.
Yes. But if you're new here or a returning viewer, thank you very much for clicking on this video. Like, comment, and subscribe. All of that fun stuff helps the channel grow. Get us noticed by the algorithm. My ominous comments down below, so I will respond to you in kind. There are a number of links down below, which, at the top of that list, will be the links to all of my fantastic streamer friends. You should definitely go and check them out, because they're great, deserve the support, and you should ingratiate yourselves into their communities, because as things turn around, I'm not going to be doing this anymore. So go and annoy them. But if for some reason you do want to support me, my card is down below. Clicking on that takes you to all the places that I currently post content. And as well as the Discord, the merch store, the throne list, and the Ko-Fi. If the Ko-Fi is still running, you can give money there. As long as it's £10 or over, the Wheel of Source will get spun. I'll have to do that whenever we go live whenever I finish the recording and intro for the next time. We haven't had anything so far, but yeah, you never know what could happen. I mean, I know no one's actually watching any of these intros or any of the videos, so it's fine. It's a waste of my breath, but whatever. I need
We
to
do
shrink you
noises
down.
now.
Sure, if you want. I'm like, why are you doing them one at a time? I'm like, oh wait, no, that's just your resubscription.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they fixed the hype train then. Honey. Yeah, that's okay. Sure. We haven't had the honey appear recently. Oh, there's honey. It looks like it has actually been fixed, so one person can't just create a hype train anymore. But thank you very much for the 3 gifted subs. You only needed to gift 2. Because you only needed to... It's a combination of 3. Mustard again. Okay. Clearly it's broken.
That was going on easy on you to lull you into a false sense of security.
Yeah, probably. Got attacked by some. Ugh. An interesting start. At the very least. No, not that. That. Are you not jumping on, or...
I am already on. I am just still on my server.
Okay. It wasn't showing for some reason.
No, it doesn't always.
Bill Meg. So the question doth become, what we doing? Oh, apparently
Aye.
Mox is trying to figure it out.
Okay, well that's promising.
Not the answer I was expecting. So apparently it can take up to 24 hours for you to receive notification for the mount code.
Yeah, I got mine already.
Fair enough. I think I'm safe to donate myself now. I won't start a hype train. Because, yeah, I don't get mine for free. I have to donate as well.
Yes, I will not have the unicorn today because I am, well, it's always a bloody fight to redeem anything on the Square Enix site, so I shall save that for when stream has ended.
I was gonna say, yeah. Oh, interesting. I can actually see what drops are active, and it's telling me the Owlsvad drops is done. Oh, is on.
Eh?
Huh?
Eh?
Eh? No,
What do you mean?
on my OBS, I've got a little thing about. It's got like a little
okay.
drops icon or a little rewards icon. I thought, is that the gifted sub icon? Because if that is, that's really good for me. It makes it easier. But no, it's just telling me, oh yeah, this exists, and you have 0 of 3. I don't think I've completed the book from last week yet.
Well, we can do some of that if you want.
Probably should, because I haven't. Because that's like 2 books worth.
And you will only upset the demon.
Yeah, I don't need another book like the other week.
Well, I am within sniping distance of the demon
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm...
on your server.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just doing Ilmeg dailies for experience. No point in me doing the dwarves again anymore.
Right, you tapped them for all their worth, right?
Yep, all of my crafters are now level 80. So they're only going to give 1,000 experience points, so it's not worth it. I have everything that I want from their redeems. So I'm just going to be sitting on 182 tokens.
Yay.
Better than the 250 that I'm sitting on for the Moogles.
Now, I have a question.
Yes.
Shouldn't you be doing 3 shots for the 3 gifted subs?
No.
Why not?
Because you gifted 3 subs. these,
So
are,
because
these,
I
are my,
didn't do them...
these are my rules.
Right.
Oh, I did not go back. I thought, I'm like, why am I only handing him 2? I should be handing him 3. I'm like, I think I'll bear back. Yeah, I Gimli that shit. It ain't my fault you made the mistake. This is my house. This is my rules.
You still should have done 2.
I did do 2.
No, 2 from me.
Yes, I did. We had mustard from Angel, honey from your resubscription, and then mustard again from your gifted subs.
Curse you!
It's hot sauce and condiments. It's not alcohol. I know what I'm doing. And besides, I also reserve the right that if someone does come in and starts gifting 1 sub at a time and they end up gifting 50 subs, 1, I would question their sanity because that's going to be more expensive. And 2, I also reserve the right just to turn around and say, you know what, no. You're doing this deliberately to game the system. I can game the system too. This is my house.
Now, what letter is it to doubt? X, right?
Yeah, press X to down. Don't know what you're doubting most, because this is my house. New glam?
Yes. And I have a new bike.
Okay. Those shoulders, those arms make it look like you've got markings like Manura.
Yeah, that's part of the body, which is a dancer artifact armor.
Ah, okay. Oh, you have a Tron bike.
Yes.
You know, I think the new mount has already been added. I just don't know where how you get it from. The
Which
Scorpion tank.
Yeah, that's part of the cosmic exploration stuff.
Is it? Okay.
Which means it likely comes from the lottery.
You're saying like 150 or 250 MCP or something like that, I think it was.
Right.
Alright, so I've done 3 apparently. Oop. Hang on.
Let me know if we're doing these synced or unsynced.
Mox is for the taco mines.
Right. We wish him well.
Yes, it will be unsynced because speed.
Okay, I will change job then to a speedier one. Not be serious.
Oh, very much serious.
So I call a discussion by some of the larger streamers about what's coming up in Evercold.
Oh.
Yeah, what they're hoping for, what they'd like to see. There was one suggestion that gave me full-on rage.
Oh.
Bear in mind, this is somebody who's like a 15-year WoW streamer or something. He wanted, just for a short period, all of the artificial walls removed from dungeons.
Ugh. No.
So they could properly wall to wall.
No. The game was never intended for that.
Yeah. Wait a minute, aren't there valves here? Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, I forgot about that. Just like, run!
Ugh. Have to actually interact with the dungeon. Ugh, why can't I just run wall to wall?
I forgot this one goes back-to-back bosses.
You hit her too soon.
Yeah.
I couldn't get a following hit.
Unfortunately, my auto crit was off cooldown. It was on cooldown even, sorry.
So I have heard, and I don't know how true this is, but Hoary Boulder is being associated with the new tank job.
Oh?
I don't know whether that's official or just fans going, oh yeah, no, he should be.
It is probably fans.
Yeah. One of my favorite lore content creators, the Synoptic Scribe, delved into a bit of the backstory for the Bastion job.
Right.
Because they haven't really given much, but coupled with information that's already in game, he was able to pull out some interesting stuff. So it's being said that it is a it's coming from a set of islands in the north, which is the homeland of the Seawolf Rogadin. The
Is that where Melweb's from then?
no. From quite a while ago, a group of sea wolves tried to rise up against.
You're gonna get murked.
Yep. Yes, the story of Limsa is that it was a group of people in those islands who tried to rise up and overthrow the ruling group, but failed. And then they fled, found the islands of, that Limsa was on, and founded Limsa. The descriptions in Bastion also state that no Ravager's axe can penetrate their shields. Right? Or I forget what the original term they use for the axe job that becomes warrior. Marauder. Yeah. So basically, his theory is that, in effect, the reason why there was no shield job in Limsa to begin with, but there was the axe job, is because it was associated with the oppressors that the founding Limsans escaped from.
Right.
And he says he finds it interesting that it has been stated that Limsa will be the place where you start the Bastion job.
Ah. Something Thokast Thok.
So, yes, it could be an interesting way to delve into some of the, or build on the backstory of an existing city-state.
Indeed.
Because I know that there's content you've yet to get to which dives into the background of Uldar.
Right.
But yeah, be nice if they're fleshing out parts of the world that we already know more.
Yeah, yeah.
To content they're adding, and not locking it behind grind or ultimates.
Wait, the ultimates have lore implications?
There are some.
That then is really not shitty, but annoying that because they rotate them.
What is it? Dragon Song Reprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, it presents alternative storylines.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, I'm just going to have to watch a video for that because there's no way I'm ever going to put myself through the stress of trying to run an ultimate.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see what's...
Yeah. And of course, there's story to Eureka, there's story to Bozja, there's story to the new area.
Yeah. Am I looking on? Ooh, we should.
Oh yeah, that was another thing that content creator thing brought up. Some of them were like they should bring back individual job quests.
I can understand people wanting them, but that's a lot of work.
Yeah, and that's the reason why they said, you know, that we're changing how we're handling this. Because if they continue releasing 2 jobs per expansion, this one is going to put it up to, what is it at the moment?
4, 8. 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21?
23. Yeah.
21 non-limited and 2 limited.
Yeah.
So it would be
23.
23 non-limited and 2
Yeah.
limited jobs.
Yeah. If you had to make 23 separate individual quests for every expansion,
Yeah.
or sorry, for this expansion, then it'd be 25 next expansion, 27 the expansion after that. It would be nice if they could find some way to tie in the characters from some of the
tying
job
in
quests.
The characters, yes. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, what are they after? Are they after just one for it, or are they after an entire series? Because even then, they were cutting them down.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it was every 2 levels, then it was, like, not even every 3, but, like, there was them 4 quests in the 70s, right?
I think so.
Like, they were always they were trimming down the number, because obviously it was a lot. And then obviously there was one whenever you would hit 80 to round it out. Like, the new jobs getting those quests as an introduction to them, yes, 100%. But, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, say for example, they would have turned around and have the tank role quests, and in the first lot you go and meet Curious Gorge, right? And then in the next lot you go meet the Paladin guys, you know, and then you go back to the Dark Knight person.
Oh, whoops, I was meant to have been on the Machinist.
Yeah, something like that, where you can, you know,
you get
and catch up and see how their stories have evolved. That would be nice, but yeah, you don't need a full series of quests for every job when you're over 20 jobs in.
Yeah, like one for an introduction, like a series for an introduction. Yeah, then just like revisit them every now and then, or even if it's like you do, they're all together. Hey, all of our tanks are here.
Yeah. Yeah, just doing something like that would be good. Some people have way too unrealistic expectations.
Yeah.
And it annoys me because they then hype themselves up to their own unrealistic expectation. And then get disappointed and angry when the company who never made such a promise doesn't provide their expectation, and they're like, but this is what you said you'd do. It's like, no, they didn't. This is what you thought they meant from stuff that was mentioned.
Yeah.
You took it to mean what you wanted it to mean. And now suddenly, because it's not that, it's their fault.
Yep. That is just how people work.
Helps if I'm hitting the right button.
A little bit. Ta-da! No, we haven't been there for a while.
Oh, the hard version.
Well, yes, I need another. I picked up another book.
Man, I haven't run this in ages.
That's why I'm like, oh, we haven't been here in a while.
This was one of the dungeons that you had to run almost continuously every single day. Get your times.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it because it was one of the few level 50s dungeons that have been released?
Yeah.
You need the tiny keys, I forget.
I'm going to need one at least.
Alright, well, I picked one up.
on this one. Yeah. I think we've got to wait for Brave Flocks though.
That was quick. All this for a cheese recipe.
Gobby cheese.
Gobby cheese. So we needed 2 keys. Swift make check gate. Okay. Even though we know that it's just a gate, they had to give it a gobby name.
Oh yeah. Otherwise, what's the point of gobby language? I hate that fucking thing.
No, that's fair. Did you just throw
Well, it
your
was
sword
current-
at it, though?
Yeah. But it was current content. That was a real pain in the arse.
Yeah. Oh, we got Angel through the Dragon Song War.
Yeah, I saw the magical floating Lala pic.
Soul is mine. Hey, Blocky. Good evening.
If you're here to give subs, do them one at a time. He has to do more hot sauce shots then. Until he gets bored of it and changes the rules.
I need it to be cost effective for me, damn it.
I need it to be amusing for me. God damn it.
There was an in-game event for an in-game mount. There was an event for an in-game mount a few days ago for getting 3 subs. Yes. Yeah, it's still ongoing. It's
until August 25th.
yeah, until August. Yeah, because I haven't technically been on the game since... Well, I say on the game. I haven't been Live since Monday.
Yeah. And it started Tuesday.
Yeah.
But I can confirm it works. I have received amount for gifting Ronzi subs. But I did them all at once, so you only did one shot.
Yeah, because you've done a gift bomb. What are you expecting?
Hot sauce shot for every sub. That's what
No!
I'm expecting. That is what the people demand.
The people can demand all they like. This is not a democracy. I also thought that's how it worked. One sub equals one source. No. I'm not that insane.
I can understand when you're sort of dealing with like sort of the 10 plus sub
Yeah.
stuff. You know, somebody comes in and drops a 50 bomb. You're not going to sit there for half an hour doing 50 shots of hot sauce one after another.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the point. It is for like the extreme scenario, but I think that's unfair then if it was that I would like change it if depending on like if you give 9 subs versus like 10 subs, you know? Get a big spoon and add them all up. I do that when there's a hype train. And yeah, depending on the level of the hype train will depend on how many sources get put on there.
How many sources are in rotation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 different ones, but there's no guarantee we would get 8. If we got a level 8 hype train, that we would get 8 different ones on there.
I think, given the fact that I know it's difficult to get to a level 8 hype train, I think you should say if you get above level 8, so 9, 10, 11, however high it goes, you will do a shot of every single one of them on one spoon. I think that's fair.
Or it could just end up being a one giant spoon of the Jamaican Scotch bonnet.
In the same respect, it could end up being a giant spoon of honey.
That is, yes, you're not wrong. It could, but them's the breaks.
Look, my job is to make you suffer. Okay?
Yeah, I could really make you suffer, and choose never reap for the level 60.
But you're not gonna, because I still live like 20 minutes away.
Fair. Time to pull out the entire saucepan. Yeah. As I have said, it's got to be reasonable. But at the end of the day, this is my stream. I make the rules here.
I'm gonna say your definition of reasonable and other people's definition of reasonable may not necessarily match.
Oh, no. That I fully agree with. Oh, we not finished. Yeah, I mean, that's entirely fair, but that is why I have the ability to ban people.
I
Yes,
see.
Cold Daddy.
A little bit of power, and Keronzi turns into a tyrant.
This is how it's always been. I don't know what you're complaining about. Alright, where do we go? This way.
I don't know where I'm going.
It's not one we do often. Following for too long. Don't we need a key? You got a key. I mean, I need to gift myself subs, I guess, and, you know, money laundering in Minecraft. It's not real money laundering, but it is just me losing money.
Only money laundering if you're not Bezos.
Only money laundering if you're not anyone earning over $1 billion.
Yeah.
Apparently, I saw an article turning around and saying that Musk is losing money.
Yes, because a lot of his wealth is based upon the valuation of his stocks.
Right.
So, yeah, when he put SpaceX up, and that started trading, that was what pushed him up to trillionaire status. But because the bubble is bursting on AI, which SpaceX now owns XAI, yeah, he's losing money. But that is how stock trading goes.
Yeah.
It's not like he's going to be penniless in a week.
Should be.
Not imaginary enough.
Will this work? Looks like it. There we go, because I need my mount as well. And for my sins, sweet chili and lime. It's all just imaginary money. True.
Like I said, not imaginary enough. Because it still affords influence.
Yeah. Because the way they, obviously, the way they're getting around it right is... banks can still liquidate those funds. Yeah. Well, I mean, all that they do is... they'll put money into their businesses and stocks and whatever. And then just take out huge loans against those stocks. So that they get around paying taxes. For a reskin, this unicorn is very pretty. Yeah, you're not right, actually. It is a reskin of the Conjurer mount. What on earth? Oh, she was sitting down and facing away. I was wondering what the hell was going on over there. The faux unicorn in green? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that'll be from the Foe Commander and the Unreals.
Okay. Ah, that dude over there.
Yeah.
That should have been all the dungeons, so... Oh. Look. Not my fault. Alright. Just switch this. She put it in the book again. It ain't my fault.
Fine, you can have 7 seconds of Garuda.
Yeah, well, you're not going to be happy about this one. The quickest KFC? True. I haven't had KFC in a while. Bra-ba-ba-ba. We're going back to Ramu again. There we are.
They really need to change his music to something by ZZ Top.
This is the last one. Alright, let's see how this book is shaping up. Not great. We've got a line. We could get two. Is this Setharot? Yes.
Talking of, what's your thoughts on the 8-man raid being Final Fantasy VII crossover?
I've not even seen like what they're planning on doing with it, but
No, I don't think anyone has.
no, so they've only just announced that it's going to be that.
Yeah. But it already seems that people are falling into one of two camps.
I mean, I'm not really fussed by it. I mean, it's good. I'm very much of the opinion that the reason we have it is because of the poor reception that Dawn Trail received.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from with that.
I know that obviously the meme of, you know, breaking case of emergency for Final Fantasy VII content, right?
Yeah.
They couldn't have put it into Dawn Trail because everything for it would have been planned out, including the raids and all that. Because, you know, they're all announced at the fan fests and everything, right?
Mm.
So this is very much a... Mistimed that. Well mistimed that. So... I think I am very much in the camp of they should have done one or the other for the crossovers.
Yeah, and I'm of the opinion that if they had to pick between one or the other, then 7 was the better choice.
Yeah.
I don't see how they're going to bring Evan Evangelion into this
I don't
was
know.
they've
I
already
don't
had.
know how they're gonna get the like the pilots over.
Yeah,
Like the angels, no, yeah, like you could turn around and easily say that they've got like trans-dimensional powers. That's how they got over. Totally believable. But the pilots, no. Even though I think it's their suits are technically built around what are like angels as well. I think.
I think 01 was built around Adam. But
Hey, I
yeah,
got two
the
lights.
thing is, the games had crossovers with 13 and 15 and 16. So bringing in other Final Fantasy games as crossovers, I don't think that's too much of a problem. There's precedent for it.
Yeah.
Um,
And I also don't think it is necessary. Like 7 is being brought in because it is a ripcord pull, like breaking case of problem. You know, I think it is because of the third part of 7 being released in the same year.
yeah. I mean, the question I have is who made the decision?
Yeah.
Right? Was it just a case of Yoshi P and the producer of the 7 remake series thought, you know, this would be a fun thing to do? Or was it, I mean, because people are basically, the way they're saying it is they're sort of framing it that Yoshi P and the 14 team were like, oh god, we need something to bring our popularity back. But it could be that the 7 team were hoping to sort of piggyback onto some of the 14 success, because it is the most successful Final Fantasy game ever released. Or was it somebody even higher up in Square Enix saying our crypto game idea and NFT ideas bombed and everybody hates us for it. We need to make some money, so let's mash our 2 most popular parts of the franchise together.
Yeah.
Because that to me seems more believable.
Yeah. If the angels opened a rift and they jumped into it, maybe. Yeah, possible. The second teaser trailer did show something new that wasn't in the original series, so I'm strongly feeling that might be a hint of what the story will be about. Yeah, probably.
I didn't enjoy the series, the story of it, and I am not a fan of the Evangelion fandom.
Yeah, most fandoms are pretty bad, especially from that era.
Yeah, it's the
Looking
same.
at you, Haruhi fandom. Well, to be honest, that was just anime fandom in general at that period.
gonna say it's the same as for you with Haruhi.
Yeah. But, I mean, like, for me with Haruhi, it's not the Haruhi fandom that's the issue. As I say, it was just the anime fandom in general around that time. Because I pick Haruhi because Haruhi's the intro and the dance in Haruhi was the most popular of the time. It could very easily have been any anime.
I thought you said that it was people telling you that you had to watch it. You had to see it. You had to see it. You had to see it.
No. It's not a you had to see it. I am on principle not watching it because everyone around the time of it coming out was saying you're not a real anime fan if you do not know this dance by heart.
Gatekeeping.
Yes. But I don't care if people are fans of the show. I'm sure the show is incredible. But the show is tainted because of people in the community turning around and being very much like that.
Yeah. It is a pretty fucked up show, though.
Oh, yeah.
And
that I know.
I will say, their commitment...
Oh, on the 8 days.
The Endless 8.
The Endless 8. Jesus.
The commitment to actually go through with that and do that fully.
Yeah. Oh man, that may have prepared me then from watching that. That may have prepared me for what they're doing with frickin' Heavy Knight games the system.
That wasn't too bad this week for the repeat.
No, yeah, they actually progress things.
Or the ridiculous spinning camera angles.
Yes. I think there was not much in the way of action, so...
But there was excessive lens flare.
Oh, very much so. And it's still very much like, why... Like, you have so many different styles going on here. You have photorealism for the sky. You have the just static... like streets and buildings, and then you have the animated characters, and you can tell they're just completely different.
Yeah.
It's like, why?
Yeah, it is horrendous for animation, and I see why Gohan's has such a horrible reputation.
Yeah. But I'm glad that they have finally introduced the sidekick character. I'm gonna say sidekick. I'm assuming she is another main character. She's like the dual antagonist for the show, but finally, after what, 6 weeks?
Yeah.
Luckily, I looked this up because I'm like, it has been nearly a month and a half through into the show, and we've only now just met. They haven't even properly partied up, just met the character. Is this going to be... Is this a 12 episode anime, or is it longer? I looked and said, no, it's a 26 episode anime. I'm like, no, because I mean, but like, at the way that it's going, by the 12th episode, they'll only have just set foot in a fucking dungeon.
I'm gonna have to purchase some seasick medicine if I continue watching that show.
I'm fine with the motion sickness. But there were times when like I can see why people are getting motion sick with this show. Do you mind if we jump into PvP?
Do I have a choice?
No.
Yeah, I thought that would be the answer.
I was looking to see if there was another episode of Slime, but no, apparently Slime's on hiatus this week.
Okay. There's another one that I watch on High Dive.
Oh.
It's one of those ones with the long convoluted titles.
Okay.
It's like hell mode in a world based on a game with garbage balancing.
Okay.
Liking
the sound of it.
It's the second season.
Okay. Oh, I may have watched it. Don't know. May have watched the first.
But yeah, it's a sort of hardcore Japanese gamer who has completed every game in the hardest possible mode and is like looking for a challenge.
Yeah.
And he gets a mysterious invitation on his computer. And he sets up to be in hell mode where he gets experience 100 times slower. And picks the hardest possible job of summoner.
While you're explaining, I'm going to go and grab myself a drink.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, and then he basically gets isekai'd. He's born into a family of the absolute lowest class. His job is not recognized. He has direct communication from the devs, i.e. the gods. And they actually send him an apology note. It's like, sorry, we haven't updated the system to recognize your job. It's new. But yeah, he uses his hardcore gamer knowledge to basically figure out how to up his stats. And levels before most kids even know what their job is. Yeah, and he sort of progresses up through the social ranks. Does some really insane shit because he finds out he can summon his monsters and send them out to battle. He doesn't have to be there, but he still gets all the XP for it. It's not gonna be one of those big animes that everybody goes crazy for, but it's a jolly little romp.
We need another series of Black Summoner. Ah, back in time.
Oh, there's another series out at the moment, which is it just feels to
so
me
basically
like...
isekai slop.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of it out there because it's a genre that just exploded with novels.
Well,
it's the escapism, right?
Yeah.
It's the escapism from like Japanese salarymen. Like you're getting out of that grind and everything.
Yeah, there's one out now, which is basically, if you ask me, it is solo leveling from Timu.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's King of the Tomb Raiders.
Oh, I've seen that being advertised. I have not checked that one out.
Yeah, it's basically these things called tombs start appearing on Earth. And
Biker gangs here.
Oh, it gave me the Night Stallion, I think. Yeah. Yeah, and these tombs house artifacts which are based upon myth and legend, modern and ancient. And they're sentient, of course. And they grant power.
People here, that's fine.
And this guy gets screwed over and killed by a corporate businessman who is kind of exploiting the system and controlling a lot of the world. And he reincarnates back to just before the artifacts start appearing. So he's already aware of which ones are powerful, where they're going to appear, and that kind of thing.
Oh, so it's... I'm getting vibes of Returner.
A little. But, yeah, the way it's playing out is more... with, like, the corporate power structure and all that. It's more like solo leveling, and the style in which it's being animated and drawn.
Oh, ow, 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 ow.
I'm about to get fucked in the arse by blue.
Oh no. I got destroyed by red. Did you ever watch the first season of the farming one? The one where he gets the almighty hoe of power?
I've seen all of it.
Oh, so you watched the second season?
Yeah.
They toned that down, didn't they?
A little.
Like, I heard that they neutered it.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say it was neutered.
Well, the entire premise was he was meant to make the village from his own descendants. Like, it was a harem anime. But they only gave him one child with one character. The vampire.
So far, yeah.
No, like, at the point where they are in the story, he's meant to have had kids with, like, nearly all of the elves.
Right.
Am I being pushed back? Oh, that monk. Blocky's also saying he did look awfully similar to Sun Jin Woo.
Yeah.
You know what? Fine. Here. I will use this. Got you. Why aren't we killing this guy? Fine, I will switch target. Oh, well, okay. Now it is actually time to get out of here. Oh. Oh, finally got me. You know, I've been seeing more and more in my shorts AI animated reviews of animes. And they're all turning around and saying, oh yeah, this anime is being cancelled because the main character is just Rudius again. The last one that I saw that done that was... Are you watching the one about the Lightning Emperor that reincarnates?
Yeah.
Yeah, they turned around and said that that one was Rudius.
Oh, that's not... No.
No, it really isn't. Why haven't we captured the first one? Wow, okay. They did not want me alive.
Dressed like that, I do kind of understand it.
I'm going up here. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Have you ever seen the Slime Tamer Isekai? Is that the one where she is the one that has them eat the trash? I didn't get it. The teenager one, not the child.
Is that the guy who reincarnates and tames a load of slimes, and they read a load of books, and he becomes like some sort of super genius, overpowered
Yeah,
sage?
yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of now. Yeah. We may not get this one. We're being pushed up the hill. Oh, yeah, we are not getting this. I just got stun locked. It's funny that we have to be specific because it's been milked so much. Yes, I would say just comes from Dragon Quest phenomena. There's also the witch that farmed slimes for over 1,000 years. Yep.
That was funny for the first season, and then the second season it was just like, this is kind of boring. Actually.
Yeah. Spanakopeda! Black Summoner. First monster tamed was a slime. Sup? Miss, we are good for Schedule 1 tomorrow. Yeah, there's
Hydrate or die straight. Blech.
Thank you for the
The
hydration.
hell was that?
Hmm?
What the hell was that?
That was great.
Yeah, but what did she say?
Hydrate or die straight. Bleh.
Because the bleh at the end of it was all I caught.
Oh. We are good. I'm trying to think what other ones there are. Technically, you could class reincarnated as a slime as being one, even though he is the slime. Or they are the slime. Difficult to put down what gender they are. Slime cleaners.
Well,
I don't remember that one. Which is weird because I try and watch like all of the ones that are associated with slimes.
that farming life one we were talking about earlier has slimes.
Yeah. The
It has a
child.
very particular slime.
The child tames a lot of slimes, then uses them for cleaning business. Is that's the little that's the little kid that like is going on a journey, right? And finds an ultra rare slime to clean up junk piles. Or is that a different one? Well, that is another class that hit 80. Oh, it was a guy? No, the one that I'm thinking of, I think the lead child was a girl.
Yeah, she did pretend to be a boy for a while because that was safer to travel.
Yes.
That was like the weakest tamer
Yeah. That's another show that needs a second season. Beast Tamer. In my opinion, anyway.
I just need more Shangri-La Frontier right now.
That's January.
It's too far away. That or more Eminence in Shadow.
I haven't heard anything of Eminence in Shadow getting another season.
It's a film. The next one will be a film.
Okay.
I believe it's due for a late 26, early 27 release.
Right.
But that's going to adapt the return to his original world arc.
That's disappointing. I would have liked that to have, like, its own season, really, to cover it.
Yeah.
Because I feel that will be, like, incredibly important. Still waiting for the for Spice and Wolf finale. That's fair.
I'll tell you one which has taken me by surprise
Mm.
this season. Red River. This is from an anime, not an anime, a manga series from the early 2000s, I think.
Right.
It was. Incredibly successful. And they've only just turned it into an anime. But the character designs have that sort of late 90s, early 2000 look to them. Like the best example I can think of would be Escaflowne.
Okay. The good old times, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, it's basically, it's a modern Japanese girl is magically pulled through time into the historic Hittite empire of the Middle East, that was around at the time of, like, the Egyptians, the Aegeans, one of the civilizations that fell with the Bronze Age collapse.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it's like there is magic, ritual magic. That's how she was dragged there. But it's not over the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's... I can't really explain why I'm enjoying it. Possibly because it's based partially on actual historical figures and events. Plus the whole person from the future with knowledge that exceeds the time they find themselves trapped in. That trope always interests me.
Yeah. Alright, so what have I got?
And that's mostly because I'm sat there thinking, with all the random shit and knowledge that I know, how dangerous would I be? Would I be burnt as a witch?
Interesting.
If I was like, tell you what, see this funny red, muddy red colour rock? Let's grind it up and then let's make it really ridiculously hot. And then we can make tools and weaponry that will far exceed anything copper or bronze can handle. You know, and just bring the Iron Age forward a few 100,000 years.
Excuse me. So that's a defensive ability. Okay.
Was that shield samber?
No, improvisation. Improvisation. Gives it's a healing, and then if you use it between like 13 and 15 seconds, you gain a shield depending on how many. Well, you get a shield depending on how many stacks you have. 4 stacks is like 10% shield or something like that. I think it was 4 stacks is 10%. Yeah, 4 stacks 10%, duration 30 seconds. That's really interesting though, because you would technically need to put your weapon away. What?
Well, I thought whilst you're checking out your stuff, I'll go and see if I can redeem that unicorn mount code.
Right.
And it's come up with the service is currently unavailable due to maintenance.
Oh, that's fun. Just hold on to that code then.
Suddenly, a very famous late 80s song bursts into my brain.
Barry, yeah, did it for Blocky 2, but worked after a few minutes.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and get some tokens. we looking on these? That's fine. We can go to DMCAville at some point.
Okay, that seems to have worked. I won't get it till I return to my server.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Dancer doesn't have a level 80 quest? No, that would make sense. Right, because technically Dancer came in with Shadowbringers.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't... No, Gunbreaker doesn't either. No,
Yeah, same
they
expansion.
do. They do. Because if I go to Mordona... Radovan has it. It's a yellow quest. It's not a... It's not a blue... like a red quest. Is it a red quest or would it be... It'd be a blue quest,
Blue.
wouldn't it? It's not a blue quest. So it is there. It's just it's not showing up that, oh, your next mission is... So it does, I just need to go and find the quest in Limsa. Excuse me. Is there anything I need to do here? Probably not. Bop, bop, ba-da. No, what do we... What now, then?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I don't feel like doing the dungeons. And obviously the other grindy stuff is not really your cup of tea. Ow. The only other thing would be doing quests, and I don't feel like that at the moment either. The job quests.
You could do those Reaper quests.
Could. Fine. Shit. So Weaver's is closest, I think. The harvest begins. Drusilla has a mission in mind for a fledgling reaper. How do you find the weight of the scythe in your hands? Pleasing, I hope. Now that we have a bit more in common, it's time we became better acquainted. What's the name of our newest reaper? Ilya? Doesn't quite roll off the tongue. But so it is with Eorzen names. With every new one I learn, one more is forgotten. Yours can replace Gigi Lio. After our little conversation, I think he'll give us a wide berth. Any road. We've more worthwhile concerns than shifty merchants, namely getting you conversed well and proper in the tricks of our trade. And the best way to do that is through battle. One of the family is having trouble with a particularly vexing fiend, and has sent word asking for assistance. He goes by the name of Arnagus. And he's stationed out near Cutter's Cry. Not much of a fighter, but he's got a keen mind for trade and can find a needle in a stack of needles if need be. We'd best hurry before he ends up at the bottom of some monster's gullet. Ilya, say hello to Arnagus. It's not his real name, of course. He's as Garlean as we come. But I'd say he'd make a passable Highlander in the correct light. Boss, who's this? Are you sure we should be getting an outsider involved? Thank you for your discretion, Arginus, but it ain't needed. She's got a personal contract with me, so consider her a mercenary in the service to the family. Whatever you'd say in front of me, you can say in front of her. By your will, boss. A chimera has been making these sands a living hell for anyone who dares wander into its territory, which would be us, since our trade routes cut right through it. The men I've hired to carry my goods are scared to death, and I can't blame them. None of us are fit for monster hunting, so I sent for you. We'll see what we can do, Arnagus. Might want to find a rock to hide behind, though. Chimeras aren't known for being the most discriminating of beasts. Time to put your new skills to good use, Ilya. Yes. Oh, and it is an instance. Goodbye. Ready, are we? Let's get on with the hunt, eh? We'll need to draw out the Chimera with Meridon meat. Now, to accustom yourself with the Reaper's tools, harvest the souls of the fallen to call forth your avatar. Yep. The best Reapers fight in tandem with their avatars. Let's see how you do. Oh, I've been mooted. That's fine. But don't get too greedy. The music has stopped. Huh, okay. You're getting the hang of it, Gilbert. Okay, sure. Bloodshed has gotten the Chimera's attention. Steel yourself for the fight. Not bad. I just thought I was to kill everything. But no, they want me to do specific abilities. I was an idiot. Show me you've been listening, Ilya. Give your avatar a feast to remember. Remember to position yourself, giblet from the sides, gallows from the rear. Ah, yes, because the boss is going to allow me to do that. Well, I guess technically it will. Simple enough. Bloody impressive work, that. I knew there was something about you. But, truth be told, I didn't expect you to make such clean work of that Chimera. I reckon even I might be hard-pressed to match that display. No, tell her when you see it, boss. And with that, the ceruleum will flow once more. Among his many roles, our Negus is a merchant of sorts. He sells ceruleum at a price that'll make those gill pinchers at Amanjan's son's bulk, but still turns a pretty profit. We can barely keep up with demand, despite the occasional beast or two butting into our affairs. All thanks to you, boss. And your countrymen up north, of course. Here's to getting back to business as usual. Ceruleum ain't easy to come by, as you well know. Amangina and Sons protects their monopoly with a gilded fist, but they've yet to force the Imperial stragglers up north out of the market. Now, before you go running off to the flames, let me assure you that this arrangement is entirely above board. Selling goods to Imperials is forbidden by law, but there's nary a word writ about buying it from them. I know you Eorzeans like to call Garleans by all sorts of colourful names. Bastards, tyrants, invaders, and we've got all those and worse. But while many of a foul deed has been committed for the glory of the Empire, we ain't megalomaniacs to a man. Even amongst the purebloods, those that serve don't always do so by choice. Could be argued, we're all casualties of the great Mechanica's ambitions. No small amount of the Empire's troops would return home in a heartbeat if they could. But, the world being what it is, most settle for sending their family with what few coins they can afford to part with. Most Eorzeans wouldn't suffer a whit of colour to complicate their black and white view. But if you're going to fight with us, you should learn the truth of our past. Long before the Empire, our forebearers lived in Locus Ammonius, down in southern Ilsbard. With temperate climes and fertile earth the land provided, many of us were but simple farmers, harvesting abundant crops with the self-same scythes the reapers would eventually wield. But gifts are ever the object of envy. When not tilling the fields, our ancestors were forced to defend them. Every year they yielded a few more ilms, and some 800 years ago now they were driven from Locus Amenos completely. They fled north to the frozen region that would become Garlemald. Even there they fought tooth and nail for scant resources of that frigid land. From the fires of hardship were the first Magitech devices forged. And with innovation upon innovation, that humble group of farmers grew into an insatiable empire. But before that miraculous twist of fate, we were a dying breed. Bereft not only of magic, but of hope itself. With no natural advantages to speak of, our mere survival was in question. From harsh necessity were the reapers born. We turned to our tools to weapons and struck a bargain with the whispers in the dark. With the void's power, we could strike at an army's beating heart slay their generals, and throw their ranks and file into disarray. Our way is to end battles before the sparks catch, to sacrifice the one for the many, to keep avaricious hands away from family, friends, and lovers. And now this power belongs to you. Remember our story. Remember what drives a woman to turn to the void, and you'll not be led into deeper temptations. Our work here is done. I'll see you back at headquarters. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. For your first outing, you did good. I think you've earned the right to know just who this lot you've thrown yourself in with is. You might have gathered this yourself, but the Luminaries were formed to support those Garleans who are living in exile. Tain't easy to be far from home, let alone in the place where most would sooner gut you than offer you a helping hand. Oft the only place to make a living is the shadowy corners that lie outside the watchful gaze of the law. Now, I don't expect you to embrace us like brothers and sisters straight away, but know this, I do expect you to apply yourself to this job. In the meantime, I'll be working with the family to ascertain the whereabouts of our prey. I expect that scythe to be like an extension of your own body when next we speak. Now that would be right now. On the hunt. Drusilla is eager to get the Void Scent hunt underway. Ah, there you are. Looking deadly enough with that scythe to make me weak at the knees. Oh my. I wager it's time we stopped faffing about and made ready to hunt our targets. My Luminaries have been hard at work scraping together what information they can. Let's see what they've got. Everyone here? Good. Arginus, you've met. No further Chimera-related incidents, you'll be happy to hear. The overly chipper lass over there is Hermine. Make your acquaintances. As you know, our quarry is a Void Scent, and goes by the name Orcus. He's eluded the best, but those two are a step above that. Tell us what you found. By your will, boss. I asked around about the unsolved murders and disappearances, seeing if any involved someone matching the description you provided. There's as many missing people as there are grains of sand, and no shortages of tragedies either. One, however, stood out among the rest. A woodcutter in the Black Shroud. Disappeared without a trace. No body, no belongings, nothing. An odd enough occurrence by itself. But the sightings of a stranger with skin pale as snow near his last known whereabouts piqued our interest. Now, that's a promising start. But those woods are crawling with bandits and brigands of all sorts. Dust wights and keepers are said to come in ghostly hues. Are we sure this man ain't one of them? As sure as I've ever been, boss. Not many bandits have the eyes, the color of blood. It's a match too close to ignore. I can't gainsay that. We have a lead. If I may, boss, are you sure we need the help of this outsider? How much trouble could one void sent be? I mean, she's standing right there, for God's sakes. Arnegis, you've done the exact same thing. No, she's right. I've always told you to turn a wary eye to those outside the family. She's just doing her due diligence. But trust me when I say we need every advantage we can afford. I made the mistake of misjudging Orcus's strength before, and for my hubris, my family, my flesh and bloody family, was slain. All of them. Was planning on holding that back a bit longer, but it was before the Lumieres. I swore two things. I'd repay that suffering 1,000-fold. And I never let that bastard take anything from me again. I need to keep my vow, and I trust I can count on you to help. You don't have to ask twice, boss. Your wounds are our wounds. Even the ones that become scars will see your vengeance wrought. All those years I've scraped us to make a place. I've scrapped to make a place for us. I look forward to the day he pays his dues. And it ain't just for me that we have to hunt him down either. He's a blight on Eorzea itself. The longer we let it fester, the more suffering it'll spread. We need to corner him now, while we have the chance. Are you ready, Ilya? You know these woods as well as any of us, and we'll need your experience if we hope to be back before supper. Much appreciated. Alright, let's get to it then. Hermione, I want you here in Uldar, keeping your ears to the ground for any news of Orcus's movements. Now, Genus, you lead us to where this woodcutter disappeared. By all will, boss. That'll be the central shroud, so our best course would be to set off from Bent Branch Meadows. And away we go.
I'll be back in a moment.
Okie dokie. Orcus is an accursed name feared from Garlemald to Alamigo. I hear tell the people of Garabania bestowed it on a fiend that feasts on the bones of man. So much does it reek of evil incarnate.
Good, you've made it. Before we set off, allow me to share the circumstances of our poor woodcutter's disappearance. As I heard it, he disappeared nigh on a week ago. Got lost, some surmise, but he was a seasoned woodsman. Not some high-born traveller who forgot to buy a map. I questioned those closest to him, and now could think of a reason he might want to make himself scarce. He'd even made plans to meet with friends not long from now, but I expect that promise will go unkept.
It sounds like we can rule out a voluntary departure.
I believe we can. The last person to see the man alive said he took his axe and ventured northwest.
Then that's where we'll set our trap. Here, Ilya, take these. A Magitech transceiver and candle that's scented like a void scent's favorite libation. Blood. Once it's lit, the fumes are wafting through the air. Every void scent within 30 yards will come running. If either of us sees Orcus, let's give the other a shout over the transceiver. As I said before, Orcus is inhabiting the body of a man. And he can put on an awfully convincing performance when needs musts. Don't give him a chance to work his wiles, or his fangs will be in your neck before you know it.
As much as I want to accompany you, I'd only be a liability in a fight. Whether you find Orcus or not, return here and I'll report back to the luminaries. Good luck and good hunting.
The scent of blood chokes the air, filling your nostrils with its metallic aroma. Drawn by the maleficent odor, a void scent rises from the underbrush. Though it bears no resemblance to Orcus, it eyes you with a voracious hunger. Tentacles! Interesting. I figured I'd have to go to all of the places.
I'm glad to see you in one piece. Now what's that you have in your hand? You said the void scent was carrying this.
That ring. Where did you find it? I see. Then there can be no doubt. The void scent that Ilya slew is the very same one that murdered our woodcutter.
Murdered? Are you saying...
Aye. While I was searching for a place to set my trap, I spotted a shallow grave, hastily dug and poorly hidden. Under a thin layer of dirt was a body matching the description of the woodcutter. wholly nondescript fellow, save for the mark of a ring removed from his finger. Doubtless that ring was his demise. Shiny baubles are common fixations for void sense. Probably didn't spare a thought for the owner, only the prize. I suppose we can take comfort in the knowledge that it'll harm no one else.
Orcus or not, I'd say this expedition was a success after a fashion. I should have praised the whalers of what transpired. You two catch some well-earned rest.
Thank you kindly, Arginus. Well then, I'll see you back at headquarters. Talking of the least candles, and they gave us candles that smelt of blood. Something that I would like to pick up if I ever get the chance to, when funds stabilize again, either from long-term gainful employment or things pick up past me stemming the bleed from streaming, would be to get a candle from Decent Candles and their most interesting flavors or scents. I don't know why I said flavors. You don't eat the candles.
I mean, some people do.
Yeah, but no.
I'm not saying that's right. Just that some people do.
And
I
there.
am back.
Welcome
By the way.
back. Welcome back.
I have my old man pills.
And there, I thought this would finally be over. With Arginus, when Arginus has a lead, we're usually toasting our kill after the day after. But these are exceptional circumstances. Maybe we didn't get the satisfaction I promised, but sitting here with our heads in our hands won't do us any goods. Let's be happy with one less void scent preying on helpless woodcutters. The only good void scent is a dead void scent. Walkers will pay for what he did. Heh. Glad to see a passion for our mission. Apologies we couldn't make your first outing more memorable. We were on the cusp of ending 2 decades of misery. That's how long ago Orcus came into this world, raging like an animal free from his cage, and leaving my family dead in its wake. The grief he's caused since then is immeasurable. No matter where his accursed feet take him, his hunger follows, and the realm bleeds to sate it. Of course, we aren't the only ones hunting him, but he's as clever as he is vicious, and not even the finest trackers have been able to keep his trail for long. Don't lose heart yet, boss. While you were away, I was making the rounds, and I might have found something that'll soon bear fruit. Arginus is following up on it as we speak. I swear, someday that man is going to keel over on my accounts. Still, there's no one else I'd trust to tell me the difference between truth and hysteria. That being said, his work takes time to do right. Use this chance to hone your skills, and if all goes to plan, next time we speak, you'll have a golden opportunity to test them. Dark days. Drusilla is awaiting word from Arginus. Apologies, Ilya, but we're still waiting on Arginus to come through. There's not much for you to do around here until then, unless you have a knack for cleaning. Hermine is good at wheedling out promising stories and whatnot, but getting to the truth of those stories is a craft as delicate as weaving. I'm sure you've seen firsthand how one bad bit of information can lead to to an elaborate plan's coming apart, it seems. Boss! Boss! Calm down, lad. Breathe. What's gotten into you?
It's our genus. He's been murdered. Oh no.
What? Tell me I heard that wrong.
I'm afraid not. The brass blades found him half buried in the sands not bells ago. Just lying there like some bloody animal carcass. They're bringing him to Elrig's burial chamber as we speak.
Whoever did this doesn't know the reckoning they've got coming. Before I'm done with them, they'll be begging to crawl back to them into their mother's womb.
I want justice as much as you, Armin. I do.
But it's times like these we need to look to the boss for guidance.
As you can see earlier, emotions are running high. I should stay here until her means cools off.
Can you let the boss know we're standing by and waiting for her command? Like as not, she's gonna pay her respects. Alright, well, where's the burial chamber? Didn't realize that actually had a mark on the map. I think I have been in there. Okay, fair enough. I didn't realize. Interesting. Sorry, Ilya. I ain't in the mood for chit-chat. Where's the bloody keeper?
My lady, prithee, the dead must be let to rest.
The dead are gone to have, dead are gonna have one more among them. If you don't shut your trap and listen. The brass blades brought in a body not long ago. Show me to it.
Ah, yes. That they did. But are you the deceased family? If not, I'm afraid we cannot.
Family? Family? Arginus was like a son to me.
Like a son? Ordinarily that would be. He is interred in the innermost coffin. However, I must advise you not to gaze upon the body.
Don't you tell her what to do.
Madam, if she insists, then so be it.
God damn it, Arnegas. I told you not to go and get yourself. Don't, Ilya. This isn't for you. I'm sorry for barging in here with all the bluster. If you can forgive my rudeness, promise me that our genius gets sent off well and proper.
Of course he shall be. However, if you wish to inter him within the city gates, well, such sought after space comes at no small expense.
I don't care what it costs. Just send your man to Luminaris headquarters to collect what you require. Ilya, I appreciate you coming to find me, but there's someone else I have to speak with first. I'm heading to Stone Throw. Come along if you please, but come along in silence. Well, we are a silent protagonist. For the most part.
They do play on that.
Yeah, no, I
at
know they
certain
do.
points.
Yeah.
My favourite one was during the near quests, where it's like, does anything I say here matter?
Yeah. This is where our Genus's dear wife earns her living. Best get this over with.
And that's how you can tell you've been watching too much of Clint's Reptiles.
Oh.
Every time you say that name, I'm hearing our genus, as in a part of a taxonomical structure. Genus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to stop watching that guy, even though he's stinking rad.
Our Genus never forgot the debts he owed you. The debt we both owed you. Even so, his loyalty ran even deeper than that. It's a strange thing to look back on the people we were. A decade younger and a lifetime more foolish. Young lovers, proud patriots, blissfully ignorant, and returning to Locus Aminos, the cradle of our people. A triumphant homecoming for the Garleans after centuries in exile. The once mighty invaders had been laid low and driven back whence they came, and it was a banner day when Argus was honoured with a post there. The honour and pride quickly faded when he saw the truth of Locus Amenos. We hadn't just defeated our enemies, we had clapped them in irons and condemned them to a life of servitude. Descendants of those who'd driven our ancestors north so many generations ago, made to pay for the crimes of their forebearers. His superiors were certainly pleased with the poetry of it all. Arnegus, however, could not simply look away from their suffering, let alone take pleasure in it. Confronted with the reality of the place we would call home, his conscience demanded he take action. He began cooperating with the resistance. The eyes of the Fumamentarium are all-seeing. Before long, he was ousted as a sympathizer. It was only by the grace of good fortune that we escaped with our lives. I've often laid awake at night, wondering if he had outlived his usefulness to the Resistance. Or perhaps it was a petty senior officer that orchestrated our fall. Regardless of the cause, the outcome was the same. We could never return to the Empire. We fled to Eorzea by way of Raditz-Han, the only route open to us. Oh, they're talking about the Alamegan resistance that they were helping. I assume so. Wasn't soon after stepping foot on the dock of Limsalomisa that your luck ran out, as I recall. Stopped by yellow jackets and accused of being Imperial spies. Aye, but we still managed to make an escape. We ran and ran, terrified that our pursuers would one day catch up to us. That is, until we met you. Had you not taken us under your wing when you did, I shudder to imagine our fate. Your gratitude's the last thing I deserve, lass. If I hadn't sent Negus off on my damned fool's errands, he'd still be alive. It was Orcus that killed him. No mistake. He died for my vengeance. I can't tell you how sorry I am. No, you needn't apologize. I know he was happy. So long as he was helping you, he was happy. The blame for his death doesn't rest on your soldiers. It rests on the man, the monster that murdered him in cold blood. I expect you to see the answers for this crime. For me, and for Anginus. I will, lass, I will. On this I swear everything that I have to swear. We needed to talk earlier. Somewhere with fewer prying eyes. Come meet me at the bridge to the north. I got a jar of souls, I got a jar of souls, I got a jar of souls, and guess what's inside it? Not money.
I forgot to do that.
I owe you an apology, Ilya, for not telling you everything about me and Orcus from the start. I dragged you into a fight against a foe that's cunning, brutal, and utterly merciless. I thought with all of us together, we'd tip the scales in our favor. But I was wrong. And Arnegius paid the price for my hubris. That void scent we tracked in the Black Shroud was likely one of Orcus's minions. But I was too caught up in my grand scheme to realize it at the time. I should have thought about why it tried to hide that body. Your common void scent wouldn't have the guile to bury a kill. But what if Orcus taught it that as a way to throw trackers off its scent? To dangle bait for me and mine. Orcus has used the same trick in the past, and he knows that we know it too. By dispatching his minion, we drew his attention. Aegis was a warning. Orcus doesn't give his prey swift deaths. He toys with them, cuts into them, and savors the screams. That's how I knew he was responsible. It's like a signature, the way he leaves the bodies when he has had his fill. The only pray our genus doesn't take that suffering with him to the next life. Orcus will be coming for you or me next. Not right away, though. That'd be giving up the game. He wants us to keep looking over our shoulders, sleeping with one eye open, gripping our pillows tight. No, sorry. He'll wear us down without even lifting a finger. And when he finally strikes, we'll be dead on our feet. Playthings for him to do with as he pleases. That won't do. We need to bring the fight to him. No more waiting around for a lead to come to us. It won't be easy, but can I still count on your help? For our Aegis. Thank you, Ilya. And if you've got no qualms risking life and limb to fight for our Aegis, to fight for me, then I've got no qualms calling you a member of the family. Family? A curious word, that. Bloody. It's him, Ilya. Orcus. That's a cool design. Some persistent rats were nibbling at my tail. I should have known by their stench it was you and yours, Drusilla. Or should I call you granddaughter? Oh, I had a feeling it was family. I was not thinking that it went that direction. Shut your mouth, you thrice damned monster. Monster? Is that any way to greet a beloved elder? Children these days. It seems one death wasn't punishment enough for you. A second should suffice for this scant reminder of your being. Ilya, we're ending this here and now. Follow my lead. I thought we might save our reunion for a while longer. But if you insist, I shall feast upon your beating heart here and now. Die! Naught but dregs left in that descended?
Desiccated.
Oh, desiccated, okay.
Yes.
Isn't
Like
that...
coconut.
Right. No. Is that desiccated? No?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Desiccated coconut. It means dried out.
Right. In that desiccated vessel of yours, too long has the hide been left in the sun.
But your family has been replenished with fresh blood, I see. Mine, what a bounteous soul this one has. Your sight may be dull, but your eye is as sharp as ever. Blinding as the sun, pure as the snow. Delectable as a bull. Oh, I didn't catch that, but what? Okay. I'm curious as to what he said. Yep. Okay. Delectable as a boar slathered in grease. I had thought to make a quick meal of you, but perhaps just this once, forbearance is in order. Such a singular specimen must be given time to fatten, to fulfill its succulent potential. And would be a travesty to consume you ere you achieved perfection. When your soul is ripe with fear, swollen with hatred, and fit to burst with despair, I shall return for you, Ilya, and I shall gorge. Until that time, sup well, my growing.
So you're a cactus now.
Apparently.
Almost green enough.
Oop, I went a little too far. Curse these old bones. He was right in front of me. I could have ended it in one swing. For a moment, just one moment, I saw it all again. My family slaughtered, lying at his feet. My life slipping away. That was enough. Doubtless you have more than a few questions. I'll answer them, I promise. But now's not the time, trust me. Standing around kicking the sand won't change what's done. Let's return to headquarters and let the wind cool our heads. Then we can consider our next course of action. Well, that was certainly some developments.
Hmm.
God, the little patter of the gig and tender behind me is funny. The boss told me everything. That bastard Orcus is gonna get what's coming to him. He thinks he knows pain. Well, he hasn't met me. It was my own fault. If I hadn't stood there slack-jawed. If I wasn't so damned slow. Be rid of that abomination once and for all. What you saw used to be my grandfather. Before Orcus took over. He looks green enough to be my own grandchild now. Trick of the void, like as not. It's no secret that if a void sense doesn't want to devour you, it probably wants to take possession of your flesh. But Orcus has a particular talent for it. As you doubtless
surmised he's got an insatiable craving for ether. Killing is only a prelude to the act of gulping down your essence like a draught of ale, or draft of ale after a day's work. He's old. I can't say exactly how old, but he had quite a taste for the finer things. Seems your soul counts among the finest he's ever seen. Things just keep getting better for us, don't they? It wouldn't be the first time someone set their sights on my soul. Is that so? Used to being a prized pig, are we? Any road, it's clear that safety is no longer something we can take for granted. Not even in a crowded street, not even in the middle of the day. Keep your eyes peeled and watch out for those terrible red eyes. We're sitting chocobos for the moment, but I'll think of something and send for you as soon as I can. Until then, never sleep far from your scythe. Thicker than blood. Drusilla seems relieved to see you walking through her door unscathed. Glad to see Orcus hasn't sunk his teeth into you yet, Ilya. Don't go thinking he's given up trying, though. He's out there savoring you from a distance. Can't resist checking in on his prize. Just as he can't resist seeking out morsels to tide him over till his feast. The reports we've received of a man pale as death skulking about the sands is proof of that. And then there's the matter of his blunted dagger. We don't know who sends it, but we do know what it means. It's a warning commonly used by less savoury elements in Uldar. A warning that the next will be delivered sharp and straight to our bellies. More fool them. They've no notion of what we've faced and lived. Thinking we soiled our small clothes over empty threats. Let's hope it's nothing more than that, lass. Seeing as we need to follow up on these reports sooner than later. Anyone fancy a bit of fresh air? If we catch a whiff of Orcus's foul stench, all the better. Ilya, I want you to ask around near Blackbrass Station. I'll head to Stone's Throw. When you're done, meet me there and we'll share what we've dug up. Not every member of the family has the means or inclination to live in the jewel of the desert. Some settled for something with a little less luster. And away we go. I recognize that self-assured stride. The mark of a woman ready to take on the world and then some. You must be the Eorzean Reaper the boss sent word about. I'm almost disappointed to tell you nothing's amiss. The soldier in me would have loved to see a Reaper in action. I once fought in the Imperial Army. You wouldn't think it to look at me now. I served proudly under Lord Valens in my youth. Until the day yeah. Until the day he ordered us to use common folk as fodder in some pointless skirmish. I refused and was sentenced to death in my candor. Needless to say, I didn't keep that appointment. Well, yeah, at least you got out. Compared to that evil, toothless threats and ghosts are no bother. But the less jaded are more excitable. One lass in particular has been jumping at shadows. She claims to have seen all manner of terrors, but I suspect she'd be startled by her own reflection. Still, if you want to lend an ear to her delusions, you can find her in Lost Hope. I'm curious if he would have a different line if we hadn't done the,
Possible.
the Wildlands story. It might not, because it wasn't in a cutscene. I think because that's not something that you can replay in the book.
Right.
I think only the ones that are I think only cutscenes are affected by like story progression or progression in general for various things. Ah! Oh, hello. Who are you? Oh, did Drusilla receive my missives? She sent someone to rid us of this terrible evil waiting in the wings. Truly, she cares for us if we really were her flesh and blood. Which is more than I can say about my own. Not once have I longed to return to the life of comfort I left behind in Garlemald. I have Drusilla to thank for that. She isn't the reason I left home in the first place, of course. Had I not met my beloved, I would likely still be feasting on lemon cakes in ignorance. In ignorance of love, of freedom. I found the former in Garlemald, and the latter in Eorzea. As our new life blossomed into something beautiful. Not every day has been easy. Not even most days. But Drusilla's watchful eye has kept us safe, and our freedom is worth any measure of hardship. Such terrible fear gripped my heart when my beloved told me of the pale man he spied on the sands. But now that the family has come to help, I can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm sure you wish to know precisely where to find that horrid creature, but I cannot help half as well as my beloved might. Seek him out in the southwest, and pray put an end to this nightmare. Blithe dandy. Through devilled mists the hunter doth now tread, tracked the scent of quarry others dread. In darkest night cry for a keeper, lo, by your side she walks, the reaper. Ah! Apologies for the efflutive display, friend. I'm a poet, you see, and cannot resist putting into word the flood of emotions that accompanies such a striking figure as yours. Uh-oh. Heck! Monster! The bloodlust emanating from the void sense is potent and powerful. Yeah. Alright, Shaggy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my savior and godsend. Would that I could have aided you, but alas, a poet's pen is of little use in battle. Unless, of course, that battle involves...
Water.
Unless, of course, that battle involves not sword and sides, but words. Just ask the sire of my beloved, who is even now licking the wounds dealt by the invective verse I composed after he had the gall to forbid our union. A masterwork of scathing metaphors and subtle remonstration. Alas, for all the pretensions, nobles are anything but subtle in their rage. We were forced to flee, to abandon our homes with only our love for sustenance. Nevertheless, I've regretted not a single moment of our life in exile. In Eorzea, we found an unexpected treasure. Freedom. Freedom of mind and freedom of heart. Ah, but I digress. Surely you did not seek me out simply to save my life and leave with a nod and a smile? Did you wish to commission a poem? No, I need information on Orcus. The Pale Man? Aye, I encountered him whilst wandering these arid wastes in search of inspiration. I felt the gaze of some terrible presence upon my back, and when I turned to meet it, he was standing there, grinning like a butcher in a bullpen. He wore robes much too thick for the scorched sands, and his skin looked as if it had never been kissed by the blazing sun. Worst of all, his eyes were as two bottomless pools of blood. I feared my end had come, but then he vanished as quickly as he appeared. Perhaps I've been reckless. Recent incidents makes it clear that the cost of inspiration is higher than I'm willing to pay. I shall return to my beloved, for both my safety and hers. Thank you again, my saviour. Still no audio surrounded, but I love you all. No problem, Angel. I know that you can't hear me, but still. It's probably still quicker than teleporting in, then porting out again. There you are, and... another one of his accursed minions. Well, I suppose we could say comfort in the fact that none of the family came to harm. Yourself included. Well done. Speaking of which, what do you think of this family you've been thrust into? Speak freely. I haven't lived this long by taking offence at opinions. I don't want to hear. I'm surprised you've all survived this long. Seems like any other family to me. Doesn't matter what I think, does it? I am honestly surprised you've survived this long. Takes more than brute strength for folks to survive, but none of them were fit for life under the Empire's boots, and that's good enough for me. Much as some enlightened types might tell you otherwise, people like to have a say in the life they lead. That's what separates us from those bugs over there. Born queens, workers, drones, bred into roles ingrained so deeply they wouldn't know how to live otherwise, for the glory and prosperity of the hive. But we've got it in us to be different. Might be born into farming, soldiering, or politicking. But we can choose to walk a different path whenever the fancy should strike. It ain't in our nature to accept our lot without question. No. We have to believe in something, put our faith in it. Only then we deign to march in step. And indeed, faith of a savage stripe is one way to get us dancing to the same tune. Others might be compelled through faith in logic or law, intangible, invisible, yet cause enough for killing and conquering if it suits the queen. The invaders have sullied our birthright for 8 centuries. No longer. We march for Locus Armanos. With a few righteous words, his radiance, Solus Zol Galvus, whipped the hive into a frenzy. Once that fire is burning, the passion of the masses can't soon be quelled. What was once a wish for home became a holy mission to spread enlightenment. Enlightenment which would not suffer such beliefs as the beastmen held. Countless scores rendered up their lives on the altar of empire, until an entire continent was united under a single Metatech fist. For those who still dreamed of unity, a deed worthy of song, yet some awoke to see it for the tyranny it was. My grandfather, Rulius, included. The talents of the Reapers are passed down through bloodlines. Rulius was the best of us, and the most accomplished and feared in the Order's long history. The duty of the Reapers, our role in the hive, if you will, was to deliver our countrymen from corrupt, power-hungry tyrants. Garlemald found religion in conquest. Its appetite grew to be insatiable. My grandfather pondered this conundrum for many sleepless nights and came to a decision. He would relieve Solus Zos Galvus of his life. "20 years ago, he slipped into the deepest chambers of the Imperial Palace, silent as a shadow, until he could hear the Emperor's beating heart. Yet when Rulius returned to me, Solus was alive and well. My grandfather, on the other hand, had a skittishness to his step, and his black hair had turned a pale white. He said naught of his encounter with the Emperor, save that the most powerful man in Garlemald was no man at all. Shamed in his defeat, my grandfather sought greater power. Bit by bit, he gave more of himself over to the void sense behind his avatar. Orcus struck when Rulius was weakest, taking his flesh and soul in one fell swoop. When he was finished, not a mote of my grandfather remained in that body. There was only Orcus. The fiend flew into a rapturous frenzy, and my family were his first victims. I remember the chill of his teeth sinking into my flesh, gnawing until they reached my very essence. How am I still standing here before you, then? Oh, Orcus gorged on a soul that night, but it wasn't mine. Not exactly. It was my avatar that filled his belly. Seems that was all he could stomach. Some might consider that was a lucky twist of fate, but I had little time to ponder my fortune. fled soon as I was able. His radiance never looked kindly on those trying to end his life or their families. I wandered about for years until I settled here and started seeking out others like me. Others who had awoken from the Empire's dream. Lumaries is what we call the spirits of the dead in the Garlean tongue. A fitting moniker, if there ever was one. Waking up from a long sleep ain't unlike climbing out of the grave. I can attest to that. Son of a bleeding. Remind me never to give such a long-winded speeches when the sand is blowing in my face. I'm heading back for some ale. See you at headquarters.
You have to say,
Yeah.
the existence of the term politicking makes me wonder if there is something such as politocking.
Who knows? Who knows? Think that's interest. That was interesting though. So I'm wondering, like, what happened to Solus so that his son took over. Because wasn't it like the end? Was it during A Realm Reborn? That's when what's his name was trying to take, was essentially in a civil war, wasn't it?
I don't remember the timeline, but if you look at pictures of Solus Galvus from before Endwalker, it shows an extremely old man.
Yes.
So essentially, he died of old age.
Okay, so he did just die of... This is weird. Well, no, because then he confirmed that he never just died, he just got bored of doing what he was doing, essentially.
So, Ascians can take over body. They can mold that body.
Yes.
To look how they want.
Yeah.
But they don't always do so.
No.
Hence why Thancred still looks like Thancred.
Yes. That was explained during
Yes.
doing Shadowbringers, because Solus likes that image. He molded whoever he took on the first to be that.
Yeah. But it's never gone into detail. The theory that is most widely accepted is that Solus Galvus, whatever his title, which is the middle word is, was just a normal Garlean. At some point in his teens or just after, Emmett Selk
Yeah.
took control. I've just read out Misk's response to my
Yeah.
colour talking. Yeah, so he took control of the body of that Guardian.
Yes.
Came up with the whole Magitech revolution, and became emperor.
Yeah.
He remained in control of that body as it aged.
Right.
Yes, he probably could have prolonged the life of that body. But him saying he grew bored of it basically means that
He grew bored of ruling, and he wanted chaos to be injected in the Empire. That I know
Yes.
that was the reasoning why he died.
yeah,
Quote unquote
allowed-
died.
yeah, he allowed the body of Solus to die, and the Asian essence that was Emmett then moved on.
Well, yes and no, because I mean he just
No, he came back because
no, they had the entire facility that was it. I think it may have been Gaius and Alphino found
yes,
that just had clones
yes,
of his younger self.
yeah. I don't know what the reason for that was.
Just so he had more bodies. He had bodies waiting for him to just inhabit.
Yeah.
What am I looking for? I'm looking for this because not that, not that, please. I'll just clear the selection because I don't want to go to that. What am I looking for? You. Yeah, because Varus is his grandson.
Yeah.
So unless it went from Solus to Varus, because I know I believe like wasn't it like a civil war was going on at the I think like at the end of A Realm Reborn into Heaven's Ward.
Varys. All I know about that is he won. He was the eventual winner of the Civil War.
Yes.
And I think it was his uncle was the other contender, which probably means that Varys' father was already dead.
Yes, but was it because his father died that there was this civil war, or was it from Solus's death that there was this civil war? That's just what that's just,
Yeah.
that is where I'm trying to work out with the timeline. It is meant to be in it. Like if it was 20 years ago was when that assassination attempt happened. I imagine that either that was just a younger Solus that they were seeing for whenever all of that was going. Because I mean, although at the beginning that shot that we had of him there would have been, if they were going back to take the Impressors, that was at the start of the Garlean Empire, or very early in its life. So he would have been young. The assassination attempt, he could have been older if it was 20 years ago. So there would have been there's still a lot of time between there. It could have gone through two very quick successions. Could have, may not have.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think we're just getting sidetracked at the very least. But yes, I do remember some of the Solaces that we had seen. We saw him as an old man. And then we've been seeing him a lot as in the younger self. Welcome back, boss. How's the family? Shaken, but unharmed aside from some tousled hairs and a mangled verse. Orcus left one of his minions behind as a gift, but Ilya made quick work of it. I always said she was a keeper. You have an eye for the fierce of heart. I wager she could slay Orcus all on her own. Not that we'd let her take all the glory. Of course we wouldn't. We'll all be there when Orcus tries to take his prize. I don't think we'll be waiting long either. Orcus said he'd strike when Ilya was ripe with fear and hatred and despair, seasoning he loathes to forego. I've an inkling how he might try to draw out those emotions and finish off a half-eaten meal. Right, you are Drusilla. How many nights did you mourn your lost avatar? The wellspring of your power. I must say, it was quite the dish. I think not. Move so much as a finger, and her head will hit the floor. Oh, that's it, Ilya. That fire. I want to see it burn. I want to see it rage. I want to see that hatred seep into the depths of your soul. Shall I make this Drusilla's final breath? Or this one? It is so very hard to choose. I was right not to give in to my baser instincts. To allow the thoughts of your tastes to simmer in my mind as you and Drusilla formed a bond. A kinship, even. Born from an understanding of her inconsequential ideals, that you may better appreciate the bitter loss. But perhaps I should wait a little longer to let the flavor of your hatred mature and the tang of your malice ripen. I can make use of Drusilla yet. Revel in her screams, exult in her misery. Ah, how splendid it will be. All the while my prize piglet's growing fat and with loathing and succulent with terror. Patience rewards the dutiful gourmand after all. When your tantalizing flavor has fully matured, I shall return, and I shall reap my harvests. He put it back in its place. At least he was kind enough to do that. God's damn void sent bastard! Soulless piece of shite! Swipe that sodden demon spawn. Orca's gonna pay for this. We need to think, Herman. We need to think, Hermine. I know. Now's not the time to lose my temper. Deep breaths, cool heads. Right, we need a plan. First things first. We find out where Orcus is hiding. The rest of the family should be able to help with that. In the meantime, you need to prepare. I know you're good, Ilya. We can't leave the boss's life to chance. Sharpen your skills and your scythe. Then sharpen them once more. The boss can do naught against Orcus without her avatar. That means you'll have to do the heavy lifting. Of course, I'll do what I can to afford you an advantage. You can count on that. For Drusilla! The killing art. Hermine seems to be in a fit seems to be in a fit of pique. Her anger directed at something you cannot see. When I get my hands on him, Ilya. Listen, we found out where the boss is being held. But I'm warning you, that's how the how of it isn't pretty. An envelope arrived at headquarters this morning. I opened it and inside was... Shite! Inside was a letter written in blood. There's no doubting whose it was. Orcus reveling in his own cruelty. The letter said she was waiting for us at dusk's vigil. God knows what he's doing to her now. I've called on every able-bodied member of the family for this one. We're heading out as soon as everyone's assembled. We're here, Ermin. And more are waiting outside. We're ready to repay the debt we owe Drusilla. With our lives if we must. With souls courageous, hearts of hardened steel, for leaders' sake, for family's ideal, into the demon's lair they soon shall tread, to end his terror foul, his reign of dread. The boss would beam with pride to see this group of cold-blooded killers. Alright, Ilya. We're ready when you say the word. This is a job for a Reaper, and a Reaper alone. Face Orcus and you won't be coming back. Face Orcus and you won't be coming back. What? Now we might not hold a candle to the likes of you, but we've got skills. You'll need someone to distract Orcus, right? Then you can move in for the kill when his back's turned. Don't tell us to stay here with our thumbs up our asses while the boss is suffering. Don't make me repeat myself, or Drusilla wouldn't want you throwing your lives away. Drusilla wouldn't want you throwing your lives away. What do you know about what she wants? I mean, listen, maybe she's right. I know she's right, god damn it. Doesn't mean it doesn't chafe. The boss wouldn't trust just any woman with the Reaper's arts, and Ilya has proven herself worthy time and again. If you're going alone, take that with you. Double scything? For the boss, no self-respecting Reaper can reap without their scythe.
That was a theory I heard. They were talking about the Scions getting new jobs.
Right.
And they were saying that they doubt they'll ever change Justinian from being a Dragoon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then somebody suggested upgrading him to dual-wielded spears.
A double Dragoon, double the fun. Double the
jump.
Double the floor tanking.
Yeah.
Now go, and make Orcus rue the day he crossed into this world.
You know one weapon that I have never seen adapted into an MMO job?
What's that?
Eskrima. You have no idea what I just said.
Isn't it a type of sword?
No. It's the dual short baton style.
Okay. I think that's...
Yeah, it's a very...
That's very close to Tomfa's.
Tomfa's... Yes, but no. Because Tomfa's generally rely upon you holding the sticky up bit.
Yeah.
Whereas this is just...
Two sticks.
Traditionally bamboo, I believe.
Hmm.
Yeah, you'll often see him in Western film training montages when people are being taught close quarters combat.
Yeah.
Or, you know, somebody has nunchucks or a pole arm. Or, yeah, just or basically like a staff, and it gets broken, and then they pick up the two broken pieces and fight with that overlapping.
Yeah. Sounds like Eskrima sticks. Yeah, that's what he's...
Yeah, that's what I said, a screamer.
Yeah.
Not Eskrima.
Eskrima. I mean... I guess, like, that's any kind of two-bladed style, I guess, right? I think.
No, not really.
No, I know it's
because
not.
it's more close quarters, more like punching.
Okay.
So I mean, I've seen them use Qatar for monk weapons, the big push knives.
I believe. Where's monk in my list of weapons? No, that's ninja. There it is.
What's that in the top right?
No, they're there. Not top right. Top right is the gladiators. But the level 70, they were using Tomfa. I believe the level 80 are Tomfa. So yeah, they've been using. They got the hand daggers. I've seen those.
Yeah.
They had those like a couple of expansions ago. These last two expansions have been Tomfa.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's not its own
the
style.
Eskrima style.
Yeah.
I'd really love to see that. I mean, it would play similarly to a monk, I would imagine, but I've not seen it in a game.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. Let's go. There you are, Ilya. My prize repast. Come forward. Did he take her eye? I can smell it. Your fear. Your hatred.
And a Chianti, some fava beans.
Your tender, marbled soul. My masterpiece ripe for the slaughter. I'll savor every bite, strip every flesh from your bone. Oop. Missed that. Let me see what he said before he stuck his tongue lolling everywhere. Strip the flesh from your bone, crack them open to sup upon the marrow for moons. How I hungered, how I thirsted, enraptured by the thought of your sweet essence trickling down my throat. Hey, calm down. Never have I suffered so in waiting, but in beholding your magnificence, I see it was worth every agonizing pang. I do not expect you to leap into my maw willingly, nor do I desire it. I want you to wreath and struggle unto your dying breath. Ewo? Ew and Ao? Yeah. Ooh, I like the music. Oh, God, okay. Right, fair enough. Very good. Defiance becomes you. Though it begins to bore me. A noise, rather. 'Tis past time you bared your belly for my blade. Prey's sole purpose is to satisfy. My word, your aim is terrible. Whoa! How? There should be nothing left of you. Should have learned to chew your food more thoroughly. Fools, the both of you. I won't die so easily. Now our feast begins. I don't want it to be easy. Now our feast begins. Three weepers walked onto a plinth.
Sounds like a bad joke or a good poem.
Whoops, wrong one. Oh no, it was the right one. I was just facing the wrong direction. Is this like the boss music for Endwalker?
He can't hear the music.
Oh, fair enough.
Hang on a moment.
Hey, Tatty! Yeah, it's going good, thank you. How are you?
Didn't catch much of it, but yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, okay. No. The honor is yours, Drusilla. Thank you, Ilya. Dripping with fear, boiled in hatred, I can still smell its exquisite aroma.
Sorry, back in a moment.
Okay. Just a taste. It's done. Let's get back to headquarters, Ilya. New meds giving you trouble, Teddy? That's unfortunate. Hope you feel better soon. Boss! Ilya! Sorry for causing you all no end of worry. In tracking me down, you risked life and limb. And for that, I thank you, all of you. We didn't risk anything. We just sat here praying until you and Ilya walked through that door. Don't be so hard on yourself, lass. I know each and every one of you would have joined her if she hadn't talked some sense into you. We owe you our lives, boss. We owed it to you to return the favor. You're more than I deserve. Who forces them to hold dear into a personal vendetta? Who leads family to their death? Arginus was no fool. He knew and accepted the risks. He placed his faith in you because he believed Orcus had to be stopped. And he was right. There'll be no more victims to mourn. He helped you to achieve that victory. It'll be enough for him. And it'll be enough for me. You're right. This ain't the time for sulking. Arneas would be the first to tell me that. Now's the time to honor his sacrifice, to toast those we have lost and those still by our sides. And to thank the brave souls that led us here. That means you, Ilya. Much as I'd like to take credit for Orcus's demise. It was a long, bloody road, and this marks the end of your first assignment as a Reaper. What an assignment it was, eh? You may not be Garlean, but you tackled your task with a singular resolve that impressed the most hardened soldier. I am proud to call you family. We may have founded the Luminaries to provide a home for wayward Garleans. But we're not so different, Garleans and Eorzeans. No great revelation, but moments like these help put it all in perspective. This family was a dream that gave us the strength to survive in a strange land. But the beautiful thing about dreams, if you ask me, is that they can change. They can get better. So I say that, from this day forward, the Luminaries will be united not by origin, but by purpose. Brothers and sisters bound by shared convictions. I don't think anyone will object to that, boss. The Luminaries are ready to welcome people of all stripes. Starting with you, Ilya. Though it was all but official already, eh? Aye. Here's to the birth of my new family, sister. What a day it's been, eh? Hope it'll be a while yet before I've occasion to yammer on that much. Too much talking's liable to put me in a sentimental mood, or worse, make me dewy-eyed. So let's leave it at that, eh? You ever get weary from the weight of the world on your shoulders? Know that our doors will always be open. And if you need an ear to bend, or a shoulder to weep on, or a stiff bottle to jump inside, I'll be right here, sister. Enshroud. Death gauge and salt gauge updated. Oh, okay, I've got 2 gauges now? The shroud gauge can be filled via execution of certain weapon skills with sufficient energy stored. You can execute Enshroud. The Luminary Shroud can be consumed. Okay, that requires me to be level 90. Oh! Ah! Oh! Ah!
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Eskimox! Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. You do not know who I am. My name is Keronzi. I'm a variety streamer. I play a ton of different things across Xbox, Switch, and PC. Welcome in, everyone. Hello, Eskimox. Hello, Stranger. Hello, TKVT. Welcome in. Thank you, Shin, for the quacks. What were you playing? You're playing some
we needed it.
Dead Island 2? Hell yeah. 7 played 2 yet. Oh, there's that. I need to move that then. Okay. You came in at an optimum time. We literally just finished some story. HUD layout. You, no, not you. No, that's fine. Okay, because I didn't want to move that. That's the one I wanted to move. Come over here. Now we can close it. Okay, cool. I'm so sorry, Keronzi. I need to raid and lurk. I had an emergency end stream as my tummy is killing me and I think I'm going to be sick. Oh, yeah, go take care of that. I mean, I still have a roof over my head, so there's that. For however long that is, that remains to be seen. But no, go and take care of what you need to take care of. That's definitely more important. I don't really think there's much time to do anything else, unfortunately.
But at least you have all your skills now.
For Reaper, yes. What else am I rocking? Sage started at 80, didn't it?
Yeah.
No, Sage started at 70.
Have you done any of the Sage quests?
No.
Oh, you haven't experienced
The hell that is
the
the first
Sage.
mission? No, I haven't.
Ronzi, stop thirsting over the monsters and take a drink.
So what am I missing then from Sage? I'll be missing the 80, right? Yeah. Fanima, I don't have. Hey, Gray. Thank you for the hydration, Angel. I'm going to get some rest. I'm getting worse. Hey, Daddy, go and get some rest as well, my friend. Okay, so yeah, I'll need to do the Sage's quest. Like, I need to do that. There's so many other ones. There's other ones that I still need to do as well. Is there anything from the Black Mage that I'm missing? Possibly. Be the level 70. Yeah, I don't have the level 70 ability. Which I think is an upgrade of Scathe, isn't it? No, it's not. It's a different... It's essentially an AoE Scathe, though.
That is a very useful thing to have.
Costs 1 polyglot.
Yes.
I'm assuming I should technically be having that because I'll need it for... other abilities. What do I get at 76? Or what did I get at 76? Do you not get anything at 76?
Mm. Expect me to remember stuff like that?
Yes.
Well, you get a trait at 78.
Yeah, I've got the trait. No, I'm probably think I'm missing something from Samurai. Or am I? Yes, I am. I'm missing Hyatsu Guren. Okay, feel better now. Hi, Ronzi. How are you? Here. As I said, I have a roof over my head, I guess. However long that remains to be seen. I think it's probably time to call it though. Because I think I need to do like I think I need to do like the 50 through 70 for the scholar as well. Still believe something will come up. I don't. Because like there's nowhere near enough time. It's like the window is rapidly closing and it's just going to be shut completely soon. We struggled and nearly lost ours, but it's all turned around, thankfully. Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, at the very least, for you, at least there's 2 of you to contribute. Old job really screwed everyone. It's not so much that. Like, yeah, it do not get me wrong, it sucked that it got shut, that the company was shut down. And everyone essentially lost their jobs, right? It sucks. That not taken away from that. But everything after that was not really the fault of the company and the parent company. It's just the market. The market is incredibly bad. Like, we were heading into a point where jobs were not being as forthcoming. A lot of people were being made redundant. So there were a lot more candidates in the pool. And it just luck of the draw. And I've just been one of the unlucky ones. Thank you for the pony, Ronzi. No problem, Angel. Thank you for the subs.
He only did one hot sauce shop, Angel,
Yeah, that's how it's always been.
for 3 subs.
That's how it's always been. You can't be complaining now that you've only just realized that's what I've been doing since I started this. 3 subs. No, it's not. If it's given one at a time, sure. But then there will be a point where I'll turn around and say, if someone's gifting 15 subs individually just to get me to do it 15 times, I'm going to turn around and say, no, I'm cutting you off. I make the rules here. This is my house. Be grateful of what I'm doing. I think chat is unionizing. So what? Force me into going their way? Sure, go for it. They just won't get any streams.
I just wanted it to end up being you got 3 Scotch bonnet shots in a row.
Look, it's possible. I believe everything is at the same percentage of happening. And we have Honey Sriracha to end. Great.
That'll help you sleep.
No, it won't. What? Dude, someone different at the very least. Thank you, Blocky. Ah, sweet chili sauce. Okay. You don't need to be doing a hype train, not this late. At least it's sweet. Yeah. Now Ronzi's going to get tummy pains too. I already have those Eskimox. There's nothing new. That was about it for what I can spend today. My bills came in, but thank you for jumping on the bit with me. Look, it's fine. The entire point of me doing this is to try and drum up people to give me more money. But, as Eskimox says, you know, tummy pains. I have to make sure that I'm not actually killing myself.
Listen.
Why would we do it? We haven't even... Come on, my dear. We need to sit down. We've got an outro to do, okay? Y'all gonna end this poor man? I mean, yeah, this is gonna happen. Surely this will help the retention. Maybe. You never know. You never know. I made him laugh and I feel like shite, so my day's made. Aww. Now you have to do an outro with your guard on your guard on your lap. Yeah, no, I know. So, YouTube, thank you very much for watching. If you've made it to the end of this video, just know you are fantastic for doing so. Like, comment, and subscribe. All of that fun stuff. It helps the channel grow. Gets us noticed by the algorithm. I am in those comments down below, so I will respond to you in kind. There are a number of links down below. First and foremost are those of my fantastic streamer friends. Clicking on them will help them out a ton. You should also ingratiate yourselves into their communities, as I said at the start, because who knows how long I'm going to be able to keep this up. It's not looking good. The small amounts of help that has happened today will go a little way, but, you know, it's still a very long road. Bills are expensive, and I can't really have people putting themselves out to try and fund and save me. They should look after themselves first and foremost. If you want to support me, my card link is down below. Clicking on that will take you to the place that I post all of my content, as well as the Discord, the merch store, the throne list, and the Ko-Fi. If you donate at least £10 on the Ko-Fi, the Wheel of Source will get spun, and once we do my intro, I'll have to do everything for every £10 donations I get over there. But if clicking on that link is just a little bit too hard, you can always just scan the QR code just below my face. Take you to the exact same place. But until next time, YouTube, may you stay safe in this broken masquerade.